Hi, hello everyone. Welcome to room 2 of this awesome event. Here we will have Daniel Jacobs, who is going to talk about the importance of blockchain for Belgian companies. So Daniel Jacobs is from Beltug, and I'm gonna let her introduce herself and present her presentation.
Hey, thank you very much. So I'm indeed from Beltug, so we are an association of CIOs and their teams. And why are we interested in blockchain? So as I just said, so our members, we are not a public association, are the CIOs and their teams, so the people responsible in larger companies and public institutions for security, privacy, new technologies, digital innovation, and so on. And we always follow their priorities. So what happened a couple of years ago, we had some very enthusiastic people coming to us saying, we need them to work on blockchain. And so we had our normal audience, companies like ABC, Nintendo, Isabel, so the business users, which is really our main target audience, so the people we are working for. So we had ICT decision makers of large companies, but we also had some academics, we had consultants, and we had especially blockchain companies, most of them quite small companies. So that was new to us because normally we work with those IT decision makers of the business side. So we said, okay, there's something happening here, it was very important. We need to take it. Why it was necessary to have more information about blockchain, to see what the use cases are, because we're thinking about 2018 right now, where there was a lot of first a serious hype on blockchain, and then there was a lot of skepticism. So we started off, and the first initiative we took was to make a memorandum for the Belgian government. That was in 2019. So we said, okay, we need to see what are the most important points for the government. I'm not going to read them all for you because it would lead too far, and the memorandum is still outdated, but it is still on the website, and most parts are still very valuable. So we thought it's very important at the different governments that awareness is there, but also that competence is built up, because blockchain really has the promise in it to change quite a lot of things. It's about responsibility, what about the role of the courts in the future, what about different liabilities, what if we have an audit, how does the court need to cope with that if that audit is on a blockchain project. So many new challenges, what about regulatory sandboxes so that people can experiment, and so on. So we wrote this memorandum in 2019 just to make to bring some ideas on the importance of blockchain for the society. The next initiative was a paper, so we had meetings every 6 weeks, so on, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, with different groups, so blockchain companies, larger business users from banking industry and so on, and academics, so it was a very mixed audience. And so we brought the experience together in a paper with what are the main barriers, but especially what are the main opportunities. So we shared the knowledge that was around the table to see where people thought it was difficult to work with blockchain, but also where they could find a lot of opportunities. And so when we started with the barriers, well, for this audience, I don't think I can explain a lot, but it's especially about the lack of experience. Today, 2020, but we come further now. The difficulty to find good people is even worse than it was 3 years ago, but especially for new technology. So where is talent set up a blockchain project? What about the ideas at the top of the company? Do they believe in blockchain? Do they give you the chance to discuss with other parties? Because you need to cooperate with different parties. You need to trust those other parties. It's a completely new mindset. So we saw there a lot of barriers, but we also see, of course, a lot of opportunities, like more transparency in what you're doing, giving insight into the supply chain, especially the audit trails, which is often called the main advantage of blockchain. What about the food chain? What about the medicine with the different parties? So we absolutely see there are so stress that the main insight is that blockchain is a technology, but it is just the how is right. And so the focus should be not on the technology, but on what can you do and how can you improve your processes. Unfortunately, there is now quite a lot of very nice use cases that are sometimes in the press and then are changing the mindset again in favor of blockchain. That's at least what we experience. But what do you see in the role of Belgium? So as I told you, for us, our audience, these are IT decision makers of larger companies. And with the blockchain, we are in a different ecosystem with having different parties like also suppliers, consultants, and academics. And so this is why we are very, very happy with this blockchain for Belgium and this initiative, which we fully support, because this is the right place where it should be, whether Polestar is placed much better than Belgium, that's just very clear. So we're very happy to see this initiative born. We'll fully support it. Maybe a first action we can take together is to take an update of the memorandum and the table of challenges and the opportunities to get more risk aware about blockchain in Belgium. And so with this, I would like to add, so blockchain is here to stay, and we are very happy to work on it together with all the other stakeholders that today come together. And we wish the new initiative a lot of luck. So I don't know whether it's time for some questions.
Thank you, Daniel, for this presentation. It was really interesting, and thank you for coming here and doing this presentation. Now we will have, Kevin Patul, but I don't know where he is, because it's still a bit early. He was meant to be there only at 11, but the presentation is already ended, so I don't know if he's here already or not. I'm gonna go look for him.
I can explain what we experienced the last time, because when we had set up this blockchain task force, it was really meant to discuss about blockchain. The difficulty we were facing was that it was a lot of stakeholders, different stakeholders, and ones we are used to being the business users. And so what we did is, because as I just mentioned,
donc c'est Mathis qui gère en fait, et qui est là pour ça. Et donc il y a déjà un premier track qui est fini, et on a 5 minutes d'avance en réalité. Donc Claudia Loma me demande à quand elle doit se connecter, donc je lui dis à l'heure. Oui, je lui dis c'est à l'heure. Donc toi tu donnes, il n'y a pas de problème. Moi je veux juste un Casper, elle a un peu t'aider, mais je vais lui donner des instructions. Correct. Je pense que c'est plutôt
Kevin Patul. En daarna komen ze en we zijn vertrokken op tijd, dus 5 minuten op.
Ja, oké.
Ja. En Kevin?
That's a little bit further. Shall I continue? Or? I'm not sure what's happening.
Bon, là on va mettre ensemble.
Il faut le dire.
again. Hi everyone, welcome back to room 2. We will now see Kevin Depatul, who is CEO and co-founder of Kirok, and he's going to talk about stablecoins and, sorry, I'm checking my notes, stablecoins and their impact on the liquidity provider business. Welcome, Kevin.
Great. Thank you very much for the introduction. So yeah, thank you of the organizers for having me over. So indeed today I'm going to speak about stablecoins and their impact on liquidity on digital assets. So you might wonder, who am I to speak about liquidity, right? So I'm the CEO and co-founder of Kirok, and Kirok, we're a market maker actually. We are providing liquidity to digital asset markets, have been doing so for 4 years. So today as a company we're trading on more than 90 exchanges, making liquidity on more than 300 markets on a day-to-day basis, so 24/7. With the purpose to make digital assets market as efficient as possible for all stakeholders, basically. So when speaking about stablecoins and their impact on liquidity, I think it's quite useful to start back from the basics, basically. And so let's have a quick look at an always useful reference point, which is Investopedia. What is liquidity? So liquidity basically refers to the efficiency or ease with which an asset or security can be converted into ready cash without affecting its market price. The most liquid asset of all is cash itself. So basically liquid assets are assets that you can easily trade. Usually you're going to trade in and out of a position to manage risk, right? Often exiting assets that are a bit more risky to go into fiat money called hard cash. So when you are in a position and you want to get out of it, if you can do so easily, that asset is liquid, and the other way around if you want to enter a new position. So basically what you see is that the more trading volume there is, of course, the more you're going to have flows of cash, and on the other side, the more flows of cash you have, the better it is for the liquidity on the markets. So at this stage, of course, you might be wondering, whether you logged into the right stream and are checking the right YouTube channel, and whether I'm going to spend the next 15 minutes telling you how important fiat money, traditional money, actually is for the liquidity of digital assets. Basically, did you enter the wrong room? So the thing is that in the world of digital assets, of course, fiat money is replaced by stablecoins. Stablecoins basically are coins that are always pegged to the value of a fiat money, typically USD. So you're going to have US dollar and a stablecoin that is USDC, that is always the same value. So you would say that stablecoins are more or less the same risk profile as fiat money, traditional dollar. That, in and out of itself, is quite a statement that would require basically an entire talk. What is the level of risk of stablecoin? Of course, you are taking some credit risk, depending on which is the company issuing the stablecoin. But for the sake of this discussion, we'll assume that we're only looking at volatility risk, and therefore that stablecoin have the same risk profile than fiat. The difference is that stablecoins are a lot easier to move. They are a lot easier to send around, to trade, and therefore have much more efficient flows. So basically, stables allow much more efficient flows of assets, and therefore dramatically improve the liquidity on the market. So how do they do that exactly? So I'm just going to show you a very simple example, one that we are confronted to at Kirok on a daily basis. So in this case, we consider a trader that is basically trading Bitcoin for USD and doing so on 2 exchanges. On the left, you see the logo of Bitfinex, on the right, the logo of Kraken. So that trader is trading on the 2 exchanges, Bitcoin versus USD. And what you're seeing is that you have a bit different flows between Kraken and Bitfinex. So on Bitfinex, the trader is mainly going to be selling Bitcoin. On Kraken, he's going to be buying Bitcoin. But so that means that, conversely, on Bitfinex, that trader is accumulating fiat money, and on Kraken, he's actually selling fiat money. So as you do that, for some time, you end up in a position where you start to be out of balance, right? So you only have dollar on Bitfinex, and you only have Bitcoin on Kraken. When you get to the point that you're completely imbalanced, well, either you can start to reverse the flow of your trade, or you cannot provide liquidity to the market anymore, right? If I want to sell Bitcoin on Bitfinex, but I don't have Bitcoin there anymore, I just can't do it. So that's why you enter at a stage where you need to rebalance your positions, right? You need to rebalance your capital. On the bottom side of the chart is very easy. You're just sending Bitcoin from Kraken to Bitfinex. That's, on average, 10 minutes, very easy to send around. On the top side of the chart, what you see is the necessity to rebalance the USD side of things. So there you have 2 options, right? Either you've been trading Bitcoin for normal USD, so fiat money, and there the transfer from Bitfinex to Kraken is going to take between 1 and 3 days. Or you've done it in stablecoin, trading Bitcoin for USDC, and there is going to take 5 minutes. So basically, if you're trading for USDC, 5 minutes after you've hit your complete unbalance point, you can start trading again, and you can start providing liquidity to the market again. If you've decided to trade on USD, you need to wait 1 to 3 days. So very clearly here, the advantage of stablecoins and the way that they make flows of capital a lot more efficient is clear. And this is an example where we're looking on USD, right? So it's a very basic and rather efficient setup. But imagine if I'm trading actually Euro on one side and USD on the other, and you need to go through a foreign exchange provider in the middle. Or imagine you're actually trading on something that's a bit more exotic. You're trading on Mexican peso, for example. Then again, the flows, if you use pure fiat money, are a lot less efficient, and therefore liquidity comes to a halt much more often than they would purely on stablecoins. So having this in mind, I think the question that you can see here on the slide is quite evident, right? What, between stables and fiat, what makes the markets more liquid? Which one would you prefer to trade with? So having that in mind, of course, the consequence is that the demand for stablecoin is very high. If something is in high demand, it's basic economics, you would imagine that the price of them is quite high as well. And this is actually the case. So when you look at interest rates between USD and stablecoins, you would imagine they should be quite similar, because at the end of the day, a USDC, for example, which is a stablecoin, represents $1. It has the same value. The reality is that, as you can see on this slide, the rates are tremendously different. To borrow USD, it's basically flat rate at 0.5%, whereas to borrow stablecoins, you will be asked to pay between 9 and 15%. So you have a tremendous difference in the price that the market asks to actually lend stablecoins versus fiat. As I said, it's simple economics, right? You have a very high demand for something, a price that goes up, so a first assumption that could make sense is that there's a problem with the supply of stablecoins. Let's have a look whether that's the case. When you look at the total supply of stablecoins over the last few years, you've seen that it's more than quadrupled in the last 12 months. So in January 2021, we're at a setup where there was around $35 billion worth of stablecoin in circulation, whereas now in 2022, we're on $185 billion. So the supply is growing, and is growing extremely fast. And nevertheless, the rates are super high. So the question that comes is, what are the forces driving this crazy high demand for stablecoins? We've already seen one, right? Everything that regards centralized finance, we can see here on the left. So centralized finance, centralized exchanges. Basically, trading of crypto is done on exchanges against stablecoins because they are very efficient to move around and therefore provide higher liquidity to markets. But that's only one part of the story. The other part actually comes from DeFi, decentralized finance. So there, the stables are used primarily as collateral. So when you start interacting with a DeFi protocol, a big part of the collateral that is being locked away in those protocols is actually locked in stablecoin. And the growth of DeFi and its total value locked, so its TVL, has been absolutely insane as well. What this chart shows is basically the total value locked by category on decentralized finance, right? Between the different decentralized exchanges, lending protocol, yield protocols, and so on and so forth. And here the same thing. If you look at that vertical bar at January 2021, you see that that's where you have an insane growth starting to kick in for the total value locked in DeFi protocols. This is the same timing at where we see the explosion on stablecoins. So very clearly you can see that there's a link between the total supply of stablecoin growing and it being actually sucked into the growth of DeFi value locked, right? So one can estimate today that between 50 and 60% of the total value locked in DeFi protocols is actually locked in stablecoins, 50 to 60%. So if you think back of the numbers I presented before, with the total supply of stablecoin on one hand and the total value locked on the other, plus this 50 to 60% statistics, you end up not only on how stablecoins are revolutionizing liquidity, but actually on the big paradox on stablecoin and liquidity. Because you basically have half of the circulating supply of stablecoins that is currently free float and being used on exchange, being moved around and really increases the liquidity on the market. And then you have the other half that is actually being locked in very illiquid collateral. This is the big paradox of stablecoin and liquidity. Half of it actually helps the liquidity, the other half serves no purpose at all when it comes to a liquid market. This does not have to always be the case, right? Again, going back to the basics and looking at rehypothecation. So you can make an illiquid collateral more liquid, right? It's called rehypothecation. Again, a simple definition. So rehypothecation is a practice whereby banks and brokers use for their own purposes assets that have been posted as collateral by their clients. So this basically means that you give me an asset as collateral, instead of keeping it there, keeping it locked and safe, and therefore very illiquid, right, as it doesn't move, I'm going to use that asset and put it back on the market, potentially at risk, to keep on the capital flowing. This logic of rehypothecation can be done again and again and again, right, to make sure that you don't end up with collateral that is illiquid and locked away. And if that practice sounds familiar, it should be, because this is something that exists and has existed for a long time in the traditional financial system, and actually dramatically contributed to the growth of the derivatives market in the 2000 up until 2008, where suddenly it did not work as well anymore. When you look at DeFi, rehypothecation is actually barely used. It's not used a lot yet, but clearly there are many projects that are looking to work on it, looking to solve the problem of having illiquid capital locked away as collateral. And I mean, it makes sense, right? Again, here looking at a very simple example, just looking at some decentralized exchanges. So you have, PancakeSwap, SushiSwap, Uniswap, Curve. If you want to provide liquidity to some pools on those dexes, and even if you do it on pools that are in the same denomination, well, today you need to put capital away in all four of them. That is a super inefficient use of the capital. Why can't you have kind of a central custody of that capital, and then being able to show on all four protocols that you're good for the money through that one central repository? Why do you need to send capital and lock it away in 4 different protocols? As long as you're not being hit everywhere at the same time, this should be fine. Especially when you see how efficient stablecoins can be when they're moving around on centralized exchange, this is a very inefficient use of capital. So where does that leave us basically in conclusion? We've seen a few things now. So basically stablecoins, while they do carry some credit risk, right, which is being mitigated as time goes by with more clearer regulatory frameworks, with more auditing requirements, well, they do carry some credit risk, but they basically combine the flow efficiency, so the ability to move them very fast that you see in digital assets, with the safe haven characteristics of some fiat. And the example that we've taken, mainly the US dollar. With that, stablecoins basically contribute tremendously to the liquidity on centralized exchanges and are therefore in very high demand, which is something that is reflected in their interest rate. Now, this high demand that you see driven by CeFi is actually made even stronger by the fact that roughly half of the total supply of stablecoin is actually being locked away as collateral in DeFi protocols. This is a very inefficient use of capital. Work is being done, of course, to increase that efficiency, but a question arises, and basically, I guess that's the second paradox, is that you might have logged into the chat to expect some answers, and I'm actually going to leave you with a question. So there is some work being done to make that capital that is locked away as collateral, making it used more efficiently. But so the question is, to what extent are we willing to actually repeat the mistakes that we've made in the past in the traditional financial system in this new financial paradigm that we are trying to build? And so with that question, I'll leave you. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll be more than happy to check any questions in the YouTube feed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a really interesting presentation on stablecoins and liquidity providing. I think it can give us many ideas on what we can do with our stablecoins. We will now be welcoming Bart Preneel, who will be presenting about the security and privacy in blockchains. Bart Preneel is a teacher at the KUL and the Crypto Law. So I'm going to let him speak now and introduce himself and show his presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for attending my presentation. So this morning I wanted to talk about the research we've been doing on blockchain technologies, and in fact our expertise goes quite far back, because already in the mid-1990s, together colleague from the University of Louvain. We had already a blockchain project, so even before the blockchain was invented, we actually worked on cryptographic timestamping and long-term protection of information. I think that's maybe something I want to start off with. Some very interesting pictures of accounting systems and payment systems from more than 5,000 years ago, and amazingly, we can still read them today. And I think the interesting question is what will happen to all the blockchain systems and all the accounting systems we're building now? Do we believe they will be available and readable 5,000 years from now? And so you see on the left some coin kind of system where stones or objects represent cattle, and in the middle you see a central accounting system where debt is being collected and stored in a central system. And so you have a decentralized system and decentralized system. So this two options of centralized, decentralized, this discussion was already happening 5,000 years ago. But I think an interesting question is how can we make information, which is financial information transactions, currencies, they're actually not only about trade, but they're mainly about debt, as David Gray argues in his fantastic book, First 5,000 Years of Debt. So, of course, we're all here because of Bitcoin, because Satoshi Nakamoto published this paper in 2008 and actually proposed a new consensus mechanism. And even if countries would ban Bitcoin, I think it would be very difficult to stop it, because even if a continent would stop Bitcoin, it would actually move on to other continents. So it's a very robust system. We pay a very high price for this fantastic system because, of course, energy consumption is very high. We don't know the exact numbers, but the order of magnitude is the same as Belgium, or double that of Belgium over a year. And this for, as we know, only a few transactions per second. This is definitely not solving our payment problems, because if you look at Visa and Alipay, they're in the range of 50 to 250 transactions per second. So this is not one order of magnitude, this is several orders of magnitudes too slow. So you see that most of our currencies actually are not efficient payment systems, but they may still be stores of value, they may still be used to actually give stability or to actually collect information for the long term. So since the publication of the Bitcoin paper 2008, there have been lots of research. Academics have been looking at these consensus systems. And maybe it's important to point out as an academic that there is actually also quite some innovation in this Bitcoin paper, some very new ideas. The idea of using proof of work to get consensus was innovative. We see now more systems trying to be more energy efficient and working based on proof of stake. Some work based on proof of storage, and Intel also tries to put something in the market based on proof of elapsed time, so on hardware. But of course, even further back in time, if you go back to the 80s, people worked on business fault tolerance. So in general, the problem we face in any transaction system or any currency system that digital is, we have to achieve consensus among a large number of players that may not be all necessarily behaving properly and may be trusted. And so the old solutions from the 80s and 90s are PFT solutions. Bitcoin introduced proof of work, and since then we also have proof of stake. And I think a bit amazingly, given the success of all these cryptocurrencies and blockchain, is that the consensus mechanisms are still a very hot topic of research, and we still don't fully understand how they work. A lot of progress has been made, people have tried to make improvements, and it's not always easy to understand how good they are. Here is a screenshot from a paper of one of my students and myself from a few years ago. We looked at dozens of improvements people try to make to Bitcoin, which is known as NC or Nakamoto consensus. And it turns out that actually, if you try to tweak Bitcoin and make it more robust or more efficient, in most cases you actually make it worse. So you actually open the door to new attacks, can be censorship attacks, can be attacks that encourage miners to misbehave. So it turns out that, amazingly, this Nakamoto consensus is a very subtle balance between many properties, and many so-called improvements actually make the thing worse than it is. More recently, the same bright student posted a very nice paper called NC Max, in which we showed how we can push the security performance trade-off in Nakamoto consensus. We actually can make an improvement where we increase the performance by a factor up to 30 without losing too much in security. And this starts from the observation that the bottleneck in Bitcoin is actually the transaction spreading, in the communication bottleneck is not a computation bottleneck or energy bottleneck as some people think. The bottleneck is in transaction broadcasting. And so by resolving this bottleneck, we actually achieve a substantial speed up. This protocol is implemented by Nervos and will be presented at one of the large security conferences in the US next month. But so as you've seen, people also have proposed alternatives. Proof of stake is the big contender against proof of work, and so it promises to be more energy efficient. It actually presents very interesting research problems, and some people have proposed innovative solutions and made them into products. Some people have also made solutions which are maybe not so innovative, but had good marketing and which also were put in the market and raised an ecosystem. So about a year ago, about $44 billion was staked, so the systems have become quite successful. And if we look at the market cap of cryptocurrencies, $1.7 trillion, which is still a bit more than 12% of the value of gold, and still a very small percentage compared to like 2% of the overall stock market. I just listed here on the left what kind of consensus mechanism they're using, and you see the two biggest ones, Bitcoin and Ethereum, use proof of work, although Ethereum is promising to move to proof of stake. And there is some stable coins that actually don't have really a consensus mechanism, but you also see that among the others in the top 10, you see 4 contenders use proof of stake, and then a few use reason and fault tolerance, where you actually need in advance to know who is entitled to play the system, so you have kind of an access control system, where there's a central party that decides who can join the system and who can be active in the system. And so you see that actually all of those are competing. In that sense, it's quite an open market, and I would say the jury is still out whether actually proof of stake will take the lead over proof of work. I think it's very interesting to watch this debate, but I don't think that the answer is clear. And hopefully science can help, but of course there is also other aspects that play a role, market power, community, and these other things also influence what we are going to use eventually. But I guess a very interesting technical challenge, with of course also major business implications. I think the main point to emphasize is that from a research point of view, there is still many interesting questions to be addressed, and I would say the research is sometimes far behind of the practice. The second problem I want to discuss briefly is the challenges of cryptography. So Bitcoin actually uses cryptography on a very large scale. Also cryptocurrencies do this. And in general, this cryptography is fixed in specifications, but if you look at the history of cryptography, you will see that cryptography has always changed over time. We always adopt new algorithms, and very often this is because the old algorithms were broken. And there are some concerns there because about 50 years ago, some brilliant physicists invented quantum computers, and it turns out that these computers would be very powerful at breaking some of our modern crypto. And so after 20 years, the first 7-bit computer was realized and managed to factor 15, which actually has implications because many of our public key systems rely on the hardness of factoring. So where are we now? Well, large players are investing hundreds of millions of dollars. The biggest computer so far has 127 qubits. To actually do something that threatens cryptography, we would need 4,000 qubits, but these are ideal qubits. So if you measure in the real qubits, we would need about 20 million qubits. And so there is a roadmap here from IBM, but that doesn't go beyond about 1,100 bits in next year. So I think the future is still quite uncertain how quickly those big computers will be built. Some people think it will take 20 or 30 years. Some others think in 10 years we may have those computers. This will actually affect blockchain, and this affects the long-term security. So the proof of work will not be affected too much. Also, the blockchain itself, with the transaction hashes, the Merkle tree, the blockchain links, they're actually easy to upgrade, and there the threat is not very big. The real challenge is in digital signatures. So a lot of cryptocurrencies rely on ECDSA or a variant of it. And so if a large computer can be built, ECDSA can be broken, and all the cryptocurrencies, all the crypto money can be stolen. Now, of course, there is a long-term research effort to improve over this. And so people have tried to develop new cryptographic algorithms, new visual signature schemes that would not be vulnerable to attacks on quantum computers. There has been an open competition running for several years, and the competition will conclude expectedly this month or next month. A number of winners will be announced, including some algorithms from our lab. We hope at least, we're still trade-off, but the major message is, yes, we can solve this problem, but it will cost us a factor of 20 to 50 in performance, and in particular for stores, that would be a major challenge. Imagine all blockchains would be suddenly 20 times bigger. If you have more fancy blockchains, using homomorphic encryption like Zcash, using ring signatures like Monero, or using pairings, then you actually have a problem, because sometimes we don't even know how to realize those primitives using quantum-resistant cryptography. In some other cases, we have solutions. Like homomorphic encryption we can do, but ring signatures and pairings are more problematic. You see already some players already try to address this problem by designing blockchains that are quantum resistant. And so from the start, all the other ones have to have a plan that in the next 10 to 15 years, they actually will have to upgrade to new algorithms to be quantum resistant. So I think we're very far from the picture I showed you in the beginning of information that's secure and readable for 5,000 years. Our concern is now creating this new ecosystem. Can we make it secure for the next 20 years? And how do we have to change it in the next 10, 15 years to actually make it last for at least 50 or 100 years? And to conclude, I just wanted to advertise two other types of research we're doing in our team. So together with some grad students of mine, we actually worked on a layer 2 protocol. So another way to actually solve the transaction bottleneck problem in all the cryptocurrencies is to have a layer 2, to have a mechanism on top of the blockchain where you do your daily transactions, your payments outside the blockchain, and you only link it to the blockchain for stability and for long-term trust. And so a lot of solutions have been proposed. Something new we proposed we call Nirvana, and it actually is a layer 2 solution that offers a payment channel, but unlike other solutions, it actually is fully anonymous. So we actually offer privacy on top of having very good performance. Performance is indeed very good. We can get, as you see, even with global transactions, we can get a latency of 450 milliseconds in a transaction, which is close to practical. And finally, I want to say something about layer 0. Layer 0 is below layer 1. It turns out, and I guess we all know this, that if you want privacy, you of course have to encrypt your information, but you also have to protect the network level communication. If everything you send has your IP address, the MAC address of your device attached to it, it becomes very easy to link transactions or to link events and messages to devices and ultimately to people. And so there is some long-term research on how to provide network level anonymity. So how to make sure that if you perform transactions, that your privacy is protected, even against attacks that look at the network level. And the best known and most deployed solution is Tor networks. Tor provides you low latency, but some limited anonymity. It has some vulnerabilities. And so in the 80s, some concepts were formulated by David Chow called mixed networks. And so I guess the good news is that driven by the blockchain requirements, by more digital transactions, there is now, since a few months, there is 2 systems live that offer you network level security through mixed networks. So they are in principle more robust and more secure than Tor. And they are very innovative techniques. So there is one system called CMEX, run by David Chalmers and his team. Another one is a European startup. My colleague, Matthias, is involved. He's the chief scientific officer of this company. And there actually some very clever incentive mechanisms are introduced to verify and to make sure the MICs do their jobs. So it's actually a mixed system where you will pay for your services, but also mixed nodes will be verified and it will all be based on very clever incentive mechanisms attached to the blockchain. So network level privacy is also getting a push thanks to blockchain. So time to stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Bart. It was a really interesting presentation about the impact of quantum computers on blockchains and the security of blockchains in general. We will be now welcoming Claudia Loma, who actually has been here the whole time already. She will be talking about the impact of NFTs on businesses and which businesses will be affected. Welcome, Claudia, and you can start.
Excusez-moi, je voudrais partager mes slides. pouvez m'expliquer où je peux les trouver?
Je ne sais pas.
C'est vous qui les présentez ou c'est moi?
C'est vous.
Ok, donc je partage mon écran.
Oui, avec vos slides.
Oui, mais je n'ai pas la fonction en fait. Je peux les faire défiler en dessous.
Ah bon? Bizarre. Vous n'avez pas la fonction?
Non.
En haut à droite, il n'y a pas un bouton Share Content ou partager du contenu?
Non, je n'ai pas en haut à droite, je n'ai rien, je n'ai que ma barre en bas, barre d'action, donc plusieurs actions.
À côté du microphone, vous n'avez pas une action pour partager votre écran?
Oui, tout à fait, mais alors il ne va pas chercher ma présentation.
Mais
en fait, j'ai une barre.
Il ne peut pas partager juste tout votre écran, alors vous mettez la présentation sur l'écran?
Ok, alors vous allez me dire si vous la voyez comme ça.
Oui, je vous dirai.
Vous la voyez?
Rien n'a changé chez moi.
Non, je pense qu'il y a un problème avec mon Teams parce qu'on a regardé à deux et en fait j'ai Close to Share Try, ok, Open to Share Try et là je n'ai pas ma présentation. Je n'ai pas accès en fait ça. Je sais pas, est-ce que...
J'avoue ne pas être un expert de Teams, mais...
Ok, donc... Moi j'ai déjà fait des Teams, mais ça ne se présentait absolument pas comme ça. Et là, en fait, normalement, il devrait me proposer d'aller chercher ma présentation, mais en fait, je n'ai pas accès. Bon, bah, je peux faire sans mes slides si vous voulez. Hein.
Si on n'arrive pas, je pense que ce sera la seule solution. Hein. Ok, c'est étonnant, j'avoue que je ne sais pas trop.
Ok, je réessaye, attendez.
Il n'y a pas un partager mon écran ou share my screen ou un truc du genre?
Non, je peux full écran, mettre des effets, enregistrer la session, bloquer ma caméra ou alors...
Ouais, c'est bizarre, je ne sais pas.
Ok, bon, je le fais sans...
Ouais.
D'accord, je vais prendre les slides. Ok, donc je vais vous parler de l'impact que vont avoir les métiers sur les métiers, sur les business, et on va voir quels métiers vont être impactés. En fait, il faut comprendre qu'aujourd'hui, il y a déjà des spécificités des métiers, que ce soit sur les métiers de la blockchain en elle-même, ou sur les usages développés sur la blockchain. Donc sur les usages, vous avez la crypto, les NFT et les Metaverse, et dans les NFT, vous avez déjà des spécificités métiers, avec évidemment des business qui vont se développer à partir du moment où on sait que tout ce qui va être lié à la certification, l'authentification et la propriété va être concerné par les NFT. Donc, quels sont les business concernés par les certificats, l'authentification et forcément les actes de propriété? Eh bien, c'est tous les business liés autour des papiers d'identification, comme par exemple les passeports, les cartes d'identité, votre numéro national, les permis de conduire, donc tout ce qui est lié à l'identité et l'authentification. Aujourd'hui, si vous perdez votre carte d'identité, eh bien vous allez à la maison communale, on vous rend quelque chose de physique. Et demain, on va vers la preuve d'identité virtuelle qui sera contenue dans votre wallet. C'est évidemment tout ce qui touche aux certificats, donc les diplômes, les licences, les qualifications. On sait par exemple qu'aujourd'hui, on a plus ou moins 26% de faux CV qui tournent, en tout cas en Europe. Il y en a beaucoup plus quand on quantifie ça sur le monde, et 10% à peu près de faux diplômes. Donc faux CV, faux diplômes, ça pose quand même la réalité. Donc effectivement, demain, les écoles vont délivrer, et d'ailleurs c'est ce qui se fait déjà aujourd'hui. Moi j'ai suivi un cursus complémentaire en blockchain, et bien mon diplôme a été remis sur, c'est un NFT sur la blockchain. Il y a aussi tout ce qui est lié aux actes. Alors les actes, évidemment, vous devez, chaque fois que je vous mets des points, imaginer les métiers qui sont liés à ça, donc tout ce qui est lié aux actes, les actes de naissance, les actes de décès, mais aussi les actes de propriété, les votes d'assemblée générale, les votes de copropriété, tout ce qui est effectivement très compliqué aujourd'hui parce qu'effectivement il faut un accès physique, eh bien demain va être impacté et fluidifié par l'usage du digital et donc du NFT qui va représenter l'acte. Vous avez évidemment tout ce qui est contrat. Les contrats, c'est tout ce qui est notice officielle remise par les avocats et les notaires. On sait aujourd'hui que les notaires travaillent déjà avec des blockchains. Il faut bien faire la différence entre les blockchains privés avec lesquels ils travaillent uniquement pour stocker leurs informations, mais demain, on va de plus en plus s'orienter vers des usages sur des blockchains publics pour justement une plus grande transparence et un accès fluide à tous. Et évidemment, tout ce qui est lié au certificat, eh bien, dans quel cas est-ce que vous recevez des certificats? Ben, vous achetez un sac Hermès, vous avez un certificat, vous achetez une voiture, vous avez un certificat, vous achetez une œuvre d'art, vous avez un certificat. Eh bien, aujourd'hui, et évidemment, le monde de l'art a été le premier impacté, le certificat est un NFT, et le NFT est évidemment un produit digital qui certifie la propriété. Donc, quand je vous explique tout ça, vous imaginez tous les métiers en orbite par rapport à le papier d'identification, les diplômes, les actes, les contrats, les certificats. Ça fait beaucoup de monde. Ensuite, qu'est-ce qu'il permet, le NFT, dans ces cas de figure? Ben, il permet évidemment plus de transparence, il permet un stockage de données complètement sécurisé et donc infalsifiable et horodaté. C'est-à-dire qu'à partir du moment où on a acté, par exemple, un acte de propriété aujourd'hui, le 15 mars à 11h52, eh bien, on ne pourra pas dire qu'il n'a pas été fait ce jour-là. Ça implique évidemment de la protection juridique. Tous les aspects légaux sont intégrés aux métadonnées du NFT. Il faut savoir qu'aujourd'hui, le NFT qui contient des métadonnées, dans ces métadonnées doivent être injectées des conditions générales de vente. Et là, je fais le lien avec l'impact métier sur les architectes qui vont devoir comprendre comment fonctionne la métadonnée dans le NFT et évidemment les smart contracts, puisqu'ils vont devoir aborder et intégrer des données légales dans ces smart contracts. Vous avez évidemment la protection de l'identité, donc plus de faux passeports, plus de fausses cartes d'identité, mais aussi plus de faux diplômes et de faux actes, quels qu'ils soient. Et vous avez aussi la gestion du droit à la propriété intellectuelle. À partir du moment où je certifie ma propriété intellectuelle à travers un NFT, on ne pourra plus la remettre en cause, même si l'image ou l'objet est dupliqué ou volé. Donc vous voyez que ça impacte beaucoup de monde. Ensuite, on a tous les business liés à la logistique. Alors dans la logistique, il y a quoi? Il y a l'identification et la traçabilité. Donc tous les business liés au numéro d'identification. Alors quand on réfléchit, ça fait beaucoup de monde. Je vais prendre des exemples. Aujourd'hui, les vélos sont tous frappés d'un numéro d'identification. Les voitures, les montres, les produits de luxe. Eh bien, aujourd'hui, le numéro d'identification ne suffit plus. Le numéro d'identification physique va être associé à un numéro de token. Et donc, on va relier le physique et le digital. Tous les business liés à la logistique pure, distribution et supply chain, donc chaîne de production. Je prends un exemple, ça va impacter quoi? Les industries alimentaires. Eh bien, effectivement, quand on doit s'avancer sur une date de périssable ou non, on a intérêt à avoir une vue sur toute la chaîne de production et de distribution pour assurer cette date de péremption, mais aussi pour situer où sont les aliments à un moment X de la chaîne. Tout le traçage des matières, donc par exemple, il y a des enjeux aujourd'hui je prends un exemple très concret que je reprends toujours, les fabricants de vélos. Il y a une loi européenne qui a été votée qui dit que tous les fabricants de vélos, entre 2024 et 2028, vont avoir l'obligation de la récupération de la batterie électrique en vue d'un recyclage. Mais si on ne sait pas où est la batterie, évidemment, c'est très difficile d'aller la rechercher pour la recycler. Donc le NFT permet de suivre la batterie, enfin le vélo, tout au long de son cycle de vie, sur le 2e, le 3e, voire le 4e marché, en vue d'une récupération. Donc c'est vraiment tous ces grands business liés au numéro d'identification. Et nous avons évidemment, comme je l'ai dit, le traçage de ces matériaux ou de ces produits sur les seconds marchés ou les marchés, le 3e marché. Alors, ça va toucher quel genre de business? Tous les business liés à l'e-commerce, puisque qui dit e-commerce dit livraison. Tous les business liés à la logistique, donc supply chain, distribution, à l'aérospatial, à l'automobile, donc pour tracer effectivement tout ce qui est matériaux, et on sait que ça a un impact secondaire sur les engagements RSE des entreprises, puisque on sait par exemple que si on arrive à tracer un matériel X fabriqué dans, je ne sais pas moi, un grille-pain, l'aluminium qui est dans un grille-pain, eh bien si j'arrive à le récupérer et à le recycler, évidemment au niveau impact environnemental, ça a des impacts. Évidemment, tous les milieux, secteur médical et pharmaceutique, tout ce qui est évidemment expédition de dons d'organes, eh bien, à partir du moment où on va associer l'élément expédié à un NFT, on va pouvoir le situer en temps réel dans la chaîne de distribution. Eh bien, dans le business de la logistique, le NFT devient l'outil, il devient le tracker de responsabilité. Je m'explique. Vous avez une chaîne de livraison ou de fabrication. À chaque étape de la fabrication, la personne a une responsabilité. Je prends l'exemple de Cdiscount qui expédie des télévisions. Évidemment, si je suis à un élément de la chaîne de livraison que je dois réceptionner le colis de la télévision qui est associé à un NFT qui représente ma responsabilité à ce stade de la chaîne de livraison, et que le colis est cassé, que la télé est abîmée, que le colis a été ouvert, voire que le colis est vide, la télévision a disparu, eh bien je n'accepte pas le NFT. Et si je l'accepte, j'intègre dans les métadonnées au moment T l'état du colis. Alors qu'aujourd'hui, on sait traquer des colis, mais quand il y a un problème, quand il y a un colis qui arrive, quand il y a une télévision qui arrive chez le client cassée, eh bien on sait qu'elle est cassée, on sait qu'elle a été cassée entre le moment où elle est expédiée ou le moment où elle est arrivée, mais on ne sait pas ce qui s'est passé. Quand vous avez un NFT qui représente la responsabilité de chaque personne, évidemment, si vous êtes livreur, vous n'allez pas accepter un colis d'une télévision à livrer si vous voyez que cette télé est cassée. Et donc, on se rend compte effectivement que dans les chaînes de distribution et donc de livraison, ça implique beaucoup plus d'engagement des gens parce qu'ils savent que leur responsabilité étant liée à un NFT est associée à un engagement. Et donc, ils font beaucoup plus attention et on se rend compte en fait que les colis arrivent. Jamais le colis n'a disparu, les colis sont moins abîmés parce qu'évidemment on y fait attention, puisqu'on sait exactement à quel moment il y a eu un problème. Alors évidemment, le NFT, qu'est-ce qu'il permet? Il permet l'amélioration de la supply chain, l'amélioration de la chaîne de distribution, en effet ricochet, donc les impacts écologiques, mais on se rend compte aujourd'hui qu'il y a des sociétés qui ont des obligations d'engagement RSE et qui commencent par leur réflexion NFT. Ok, qu'est-ce que le NFT va pouvoir me permettre d'avoir comme impact sur mon engagement carbone ou sur mon impact carbone? Et donc ça part de cette technologie pour avoir des impacts environnementaux et des impacts managériaux, comme je le disais, puisque le personnel se sent plus engagé, puisque sa responsabilité est traquable et mesurable. Ensuite, nous avons l'économie, donc les business liés à l'économie de partage. Alors, ça touche à quoi? Eh bien, ça touche à la propriété fractionnée. Aujourd'hui, il vous est possible d'acheter un bien immobilier, un bien immobilier que vous pouvez fractionner. Par exemple, il y a des sociétés qui vous permettent d'acheter une fraction et donc un token d'un appartement à New York. Et donc l'appartement vaut 3 millions, mais vous achetez une partie, une fraction de cet appartement, et vous pouvez déjà aujourd'hui avoir des investissements à l'équivalent de 50 €, ce qui vous permet évidemment d'avoir du retour sur investissement tout de suite, puisque vous êtes bénéficiaire du rendement de cet appartement, mais aussi le jour de la revente s'il y a une plus-value. Ça peut aussi s'appliquer sur les diamants, les œuvres d'art et tous les objets de collection, pour autant que ça puisse être fractionnable. Évidemment, vous ne voyez pas mes slides, donc je les passe. Donc vous avez plusieurs types de NFT. Donc le social token qui lui représente la carte de fidélité. En fait, c'est un peu la carte privilège que peuvent donner les marques pour avoir des accès particuliers ou privilégiés qui créent le lien entre la marque et le consommateur. Et évidemment, s'il y a une notion de rareté, donc peu de social token, peu de NFT délivrés, et que la proposition est intéressante, eh bien, il peut y avoir spéculation. Je peux revendre ma carte de fidélité, enfin mon NFT, à quelqu'un pour autant que la marque tienne ses engagements. Ensuite, vous avez tous les NFT liés à l'art, évidemment. Le NFT est devenu le certificat d'authentification, le certificat de propriété. Je détiens une œuvre, j'ai un certificat qui garantit ma propriété, mais ça peut être, le NFT peut être dans un second temps la représentation virtuelle de mon œuvre. Donc je peux avoir une œuvre physique, une œuvre virtuelle, et le NFT peut représenter l'œuvre virtuelle ou le certificat de propriété. Ensuite, vous avez les NFT Utility. Donc, qu'est-ce que c'est aujourd'hui? Eh bien, vous pouvez acheter votre nom de domaine inscrit sur la blockchain, qui serait un nom de domaine qui finirait par .eth, et ça vous garantit à vie la propriété de ce nom de domaine. La société n'a pas de risque de faire faillite ou de disparaître un jour. Et évidemment, tout ce qui touche dans les NFT Utility, tout ce qui touche au vote. Alors le vote, c'est quoi? On en a parlé, c'est les votes de copropriété, les votes politiques, les votes d'association. Votre vote est certifié, eurodaté, infalsifiable, il est sur la blockchain, on ne peut pas aller contre, et donc ça évite évidemment les fraudes et les faux votes, tout à fait. Puis alors vous avez les NFT liés à la logistique et tous les NFT liés au gaming, Metaverse et au contenu. Quand je dis contenu, c'est musique, cinéma. Donc voilà, vous voyez en fait toute l'overview de tous les métiers qui peuvent et qui vont être impactés. Et évidemment, ça passe par une compréhension globale de la technologie du NFT, parce qu'au-delà de tout ce que vous voyez aujourd'hui dans la presse qui parle de ces œuvres d'art qui partent à des sommes faramineuses, eh bien le NFT, c'est une technologie qui permet pas mal de choses, et c'est intéressant de la comprendre pour pouvoir effectivement comprendre comment on l'injecte dans son business et comment on transforme les métiers dans son entreprise. Voilà, j'espère que j'ai été complète, que je n'ai pas parlé trop vite, j'ai dépassé mon timing de 10 minutes. Voilà, j'ai terminé.
Merci beaucoup Claudia, c'était très intéressant de voir les applications que peuvent avoir les NFT au-delà de ce qu'on entend d'habitude, donc tout ce qui est artistique et tout ça. Nous allons maintenant accueillir Benjamin, qui je pense est votre mari, si j'ai bien compris. Exactement. Et après avoir parlé des NFT dans le business, on va parler de quelque chose pas très lointain de cela, du business dans le Metaverse, je pense. Bienvenue Benjamin, oui. Et je vous invite à commencer votre présentation.
Thank you very much. I was asked to speak in English, so...
Yes, it's good. I think we prefer it too.
Okay, great. So my name is Benjamin Spark. My name is Benjamin Boutin Spark, because I have an artist name and my real name together, and I'm an artist for the past 20 years. I've been painting in real paint, so I'm a traditional artist. I'm a digital artist now, because I've been doing digital art in NFTs for almost 2 years now, and I'm also a podcaster. I have 2 podcasts on NFT. One is called Art and NFT, and the other one is NFT Business, but it's in French. And I'm also a consultant in NFT strategy for brands. So I'm asked here, is there business with the Metaverse? I may also ask another question. Why do we all hear every day about the Metaverse? My answer is very clear. It's because the Metaverse is the climax of the digital world that is coming fast. Metaverse is the contraction of meta universe, so it's the next meta universe. Of course, it's digital, and we're going to see how it's going to impact the businesses. So the Metaverse basically is the aggregation of everything, like your favorite websites, plus your social networks, plus your entertainment, and plus your work office. So on top of that, Metaverse has to be immersive. I'm going to talk about that. So, you know, the adoption of the Metaverse is quite amazing, because it's following exactly the same track as the PC computers in the 80s, as the internet in the 90s, and social media 10 years ago, which is, first of all, you have early adoption by, you know, youngsters and gamers, and then companies, business to business, start to adopt it. And this is when the business starts to adopt it, because there are some use cases. And Metaverse don't have yet use cases, but it's coming fast. And as soon as you have businesses into technology, then you have massive adoption. because businesses propose the tools to their employees, and then the employees get the tools back home and use it for private purposes. And the pandemic, of course, we all know that it has accelerated drastically this pace. And so much has happened last year. The year 2021 will remain as the biggest year for technology change, for the change of mind setups. Remember, with the lockdowns, we had to stay all day long in front of a screen, and then after work we had no entertainment outside. So we still had to stay on the screen to get entertained. And remember cryptocurrency, how it started booming last year. And you see regulation is coming this year. This week we talked a lot about European regulation. The US is going to regulate. This is perfect for massive adoption. Second thing, very important to understand in crypto is stablecoin. Stablecoin will be everywhere in the metaverse. A stablecoin is a cryptocurrency guaranteed by a government. It's a crypto which is equal to $1. One crypto equals $1. Every day of the week, every week of the year, it's a stable coin. So it has nothing to do with Bitcoin or Ethereum, which goes like this, very highly volatile. So crypto is getting organized. NFTs, of course, this is the major revolution for Metaverse. Why? Because with an NFT, it's a certificate of ownership. You possess a digital file. Right now, the digital files are sold by artists, for example, or CryptoPunks, as you all know. So you possess a JPEG, you possess a 3D file, you possess music, MP3, video, MP4, you possess a video file. But next year, you're going to possess your avatar, you're going to possess the dress of your avatar, the helmet, the hat, the glasses, the hairs, everything you're going to buy for your avatar, you're going to possess. And this is major change for the metaverse. Also, very important, the gaming industry. I don't know if you know, the gaming industry today is bigger, way bigger than the cinema and the sports industry altogether. So today, 60% of the population are gamers. If you don't play video games today, you're marginal. You're almost outside of the mainstream of society. So gaming industry is important to understand the metaverse. Today, because you see today the metaverse, the well-known metaverse are called Decentraland. I'm sure you heard of the Sandbox. What are these? These today are just websites. You can see in 2 dimensions on your screen. These kind of metaverse, they're not really metaverse, they are gaming experience. So you have a little avatar that's running around some streets with buildings, with shops, with museums, you have art galleries. You have a lot of stuff actually right now. You have also concert halls, and you can participate in some events. Like I remember like 2 months ago, there was a concert by Paris Hilton. There were Snoop Dogg also in concert on the Sandbox. So I've been in these concerts, and you can share an experience with some people. It's only 2 dimensions. It's like in a game. It's not really there, but you can feel what the metaverse will be in 2 years, 2 years or 3 years. But it's coming fast. What I'm saying here is like, also I forgot to tell you, do you remember in this, I think it was in the Sandbox, now you can buy virtual villas, virtual houses, and you can buy virtual lands and virtual islands also. So people rush in that. You have big brands rushing into this. And I think it's important to know that all the tools now, we know all the tools that are going to participate on the metaverse, which is, I told you, blockchain, crypto, NFTs, the internet, augmented reality, virtual reality. Everything will be used in the metaverse. And it will happen exactly like in the internet. Remember, first internet, I was there in 1995. When I started going on the internet, there was nothing. There were no companies. It was only for gaming and only for exchange and for geeks, basically. So exchanging, you know, technical ideas on the internet. And then corporations got into the internet because they understood that it was good for working together. Remember, by the way, intranets. Companies thought about building intranets, so the technology of the internet in a company. But then now there's no intranet because everyone is on the internet with backdoors and you know, firewalls protecting themselves, but they use the internet. Same is going to happen in the metaverse. Metaverse will be used by companies next year to hire people, to do meetings, to do you know, to meet the clients, etc. Today, if you check the GAFAM, when they hire people today, it's only remote. Everywhere it's for Facebook, for Microsoft, everything. It's called you will be hired remote. Remote means you stay home. So when you stay home, it means that they're gonna settle up a complete organization called the Metaverse, where you will be immersed with an avatar, and your avatar is gonna meet the avatar of the guy in Microsoft or the woman on Microsoft that's gonna hire you. It's important to know that today you have immersive but not really blockchain. So here is my, you know, Oculus helmet. So of course now I don't see you, but I propose that you try to buy something like that, and you can use that to have a complete immersive experience in the Oculus, you know, paysage, outsphere, but it's not connected to the blockchain. There's no NFTs. There is no cryptocurrency. So it's not a metaverse. It's just a VR experience, virtual reality experience. On the contrary, you go to Sandbox, it's on the blockchain, you have cryptocurrency, and you have NFTs, but you don't have the helmet, so you don't have VR. The idea for next year is that these two fields, these two worlds bond together. See, that's gonna be the metaverse, as we imagine it, as we prospected it. Also, before I finish, it's very important also to talk about the avatar age. The avatar age, you see it right now on, if you browse on Twitter, and you see that everyone has a profile picture, especially in the NFT field or the crypto field. They all have a PFP. It's called PFP, picture file profile. People who have a CryptoPan, for example, or a Bored Ape, they put this as an avatar. Now, every day I received invitations from, you know, Christie's or Sotheby's or museums, because I'm in the art world. And everyone is presenting themselves with an avatar, like a digital representation of themselves. And this is going to be the major sociological change. There's an anecdote, I'm sure you all experienced that. When you stay on Zoom, like we are doing right now, for the whole day, and you check your face, and personally I say, oh, seriously, don't tell me it's my face, my real face. I mean, I'm fed up of seeing my face, you know, all day long. I wish I could have an avatar, and I wish I could decide what my avatar looks like. I guess it's going to look a bit like me, but maybe a bit younger. Maybe I'm going to put like, you know, crazy hair or like a nice shirt. I don't know, but, you know, something fun. And I wish I could see you all as an avatar also. Now, to finish with the jobs, because I go to the first question, which is, what are the jobs in the metaverse? So jobs are, right now you have architects and you have real estate. I get calls, you know, every week I get calls from people asking me if they can buy a land on Decentraland, on the Sandbox. How much is a land? Can I help them buy a land? Today you have a rush for buying lands, because lands is where you're going to set up your company, your gallery, your museum, your concert hall. You need a land. So right now there's a rush. So now you have real estate companies that go from the real world to the virtual world. So this is the first job efficient right now. I know some architects. So architects are developers that help you build your building on the land you have bought. So these are architects. You have entertainers. For example, you have movie theaters, you have galleries. So you already have artists that need to produce art for the virtual gallery in the metaverse. You have casinos in Decentraland. So you need people, experts in the casino field. Right now they are hiring. You have also shops, and shops need wearables. Wearables come from the skins on Fortnite. I don't know if you play Fortnite, but you know you can buy what they call skins, which is a dress for your avatar. So this is a big market. It's $1 billion industry. You buy skin for your avatar. So this is also, people are hiring really intensively there. You have museum, you have car makers. Like I've met Snoop Dogg in the metaverse, and he arrived with a car that was designed for him. You have the gaming industry, of course, and you have all the entertainment industries. These are people hiring today. Just to finish, I see that my time is up. Facebook changes name from Meta. Of course, Metaverse. Zuckerberg understood now that social network is, as it was before, is over. We're all going to the Metaverse, and Meta is hiring 10,000 people in the next 10 years to master this new world, this new field of investigation and experience, where humans will have a digital double. It's called the Metaverse. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Benjamin, for your well-developed presentation on the Metaverse, which is a subject with usually a lot of buzzwords and hype, but maybe people don't know it that well. We will now be taking a break for the lunch. We will be back at 1:30 p.m. In room 1, you will have the pleasure of seeing Marc Seller and Simon Porlot talking about the regulation of DeFi. And here in room 2, we will have Bart Bex talking about the European perspective on blockchain and AI. Thank you very much, and see you at 1:30. Hi everyone, welcome back to the second part of this event. We will now be welcoming Bart Bex, who is a serial entrepreneur, as we say, and a member of the European Innovation Council, and he will be talking on the European vision on blockchain and AI. Welcome, Bart.
Can I see myself? No, I just speak. Okay.
Yes, that's the camera.
Thanks for the intro. Good to be working again together.
Yes.
I'm gonna share with you a couple of thoughts related to AI, blockchain, and somewhat of the evolutions that we're seeing in US investment trends and what I believe Europe is doing to have a European perspective on that. If we look at global challenges or industry evolution, you already seen this slide a couple of times. There's a lot of mega trends, innovating to zero, related to energy innovation, of course. There's a lot on social trends, a lot of global evolution, and of course we have the big elements that happened over the last years. COVID, of course, Ukraine, war that is going on now. So that's quite a lot of changes. And it's often said that one of the big challenges on a European level is, which we will have, is to preserve some of the platforms. If you look at the different important platforms, you notice that everything that is platforms related to distribution of content or services and others are, as I often say, GAFA dominated. Platforms related to energy distribution are also not in our hands, and platforms related to financial distribution is also already not very tech sovereign, as they would call it. That said, we've seen over the last days a lot of very positive evolution related to AI, and I think one of the really interesting indicators is that investment of funding on a global level on AI has doubled from 21 to 20. So that's quite impressive. Fintech was already one of the big components, and one of the other domains is healthcare. But you see there that there's a doubling, so from 32 billion to 66 billion on a global level in terms of additional investments that have been done. A good metric, even though unicorns are just what they are. It's a certain valuation by a certain investor at a certain moment, but it's a good indication of creating valuable and scalable startups. You see there that US is still quite a dominating region, with 77 unicorns, of which 8 again created last year. Asia 36 and Europe 6. It gives a bit an impact on the geopolitical distribution of these unicorns. But there's already more than 100 related to AI, so that's quite impressive. If you look at some of the recent evolutions, you see quite a lot of similar trends. Electric Capital, one of the funds, announced a 1 billion fund related to Web3 economy. And they indicate to be investing in 5 main domains: DAOs, NFTs, decentralized finance, infrastructure, and what they call accessible user experience, with the incredible onboarding that is happening now. So that's 5 IDs that are looking to fund. So that's a 1 billion fund. There's Bessemer announced a 250 million fund that is again dedicated to crypto and Web3, with 3 main domains. One is crypto, so investing in token and coins, everything related to Web3 infrastructure, and also DeFi. The same story, Paradigm, even higher. So Paradigm announced a venture fund of 2.5 billion to what they call invest in the next generation of crypto companies and protocols. So again, a separation of, or a combination of crypto companies or ventures and protocols. One of the most I would say, admired and most, especially by entrepreneurs, because it's managed by former entrepreneurs, is Andreessen Horowitz. So they also announced new fund over 500 million. The five elements that they indicated is next generation payment services, the modern store of value or new store of value, again DeFi, new ways of creators to monetize, interesting topic, and we're having a speech on that later today, and Web3 in general. Tenti also is doing another fund, 500 million again, and again very much Web3 and crypto oriented, again a combination of it. Bain Capital, again 500 million. These are all announcements over the last weeks, and they will be doing early stage investing in decentralized finance, in Web3, but also in what they call what we call liquid tokens. So again, and the last one, because Sequoia is one of the big trendsetters. They also announced a 500 million fund, and this fund is specifically targeting liquid tokens and digital assets. This is the first fund of what they call the Sequoia Capital Fund, which is quite a revolution in the VC world, because usually a fund has a lifetime of 10 or 10 plus 2 years, but Sequoia is now setting up what they call evergreen. So that's a fund without a certain end, and it's quite a revolution in the VC market with their new setup. But also they are believing a lot in the potential of Web3 and blockchain projects. Now, if we look at a couple of the domain observations, you see a couple of similarities coming back. Everybody knows this slide. We all were born, or I was born with Web 1. We had kids during Web 2, and Web 3 is the period where fathers and kids are both interested in the same domain. Why is that? One of the things that keeps on coming back in go-to-market strategy or others is that in terms of Web3, besides the technological revolution, there's also the combination of purpose of people and of governance. Purpose is why are we doing this, and it's a somewhat ideological explanation and reasoning behind a lot of the projects. It's people who are the stakeholders, but also how will the stakeholders be or kept involved. There was a presentation earlier today on DAOs, combining DAOs with the different token elements is a new and a model that is gaining a lot of traction. And the last part is governance. What is the legal structure? What is the organizational structure? And what is the sustainability of that structure? If we look in another important trend is that we keep on growing in terms of having what we can call crypto owners. So at this moment, it's approximately 300 million. There was end of December, 300 million people that are owner of some kind of coin or token. That's approximately 5% of the world population. Some say we're only getting started, but with a population of 300 million, there's already quite a market that can be built. And then you see the very, how shall I say it, a very spread of investment that the main blockchain investors have done. This is an overview where you see top 10 or top 8 investors and the portfolio of companies in which they are investing, and they can be shared into the 5 main domains of, let's call it crypto assets or crypto ventures, often combined with some kind of token investment structure. If you look at what they are doing, you see quite a big spread. So there is not a clearly aligned element, except that everybody's doing a certain amount of DeFi. So decentralized finance is a recurring theme on all of them, and then of course NFTs have been one of the growing ones, but it's an emerging and evolving element. If we look a bit into detail and we take the smaller parts out of it, you see that there's 6 or 5 big domains: protocol and infrastructure, decentralized finance, CeFi, platform and development tools, and everything related to NFT and Metaverse, which is often combined as one, seeing the impact they can also have on all the other industries besides the current most known ones. What are people most excited about? So there was a query that was done towards mainly entrepreneurs and investors who are getting into the crypto element. Number one at this moment is DAO, and especially the way that organizations and startups can be built. There's a lot of interest on NFTs, and of course everything that's social identity, gaming, and the finance elements related to it. One of the topics that is a bit less highlighted in some of the presentation and announcement is everything related to the creator economy. Sven de Koning is giving a presentation on this at 4:30 in another track, the AI for media. I guess it's on the same stream. And it's a very interesting evolution because we've all known the user-generated platforms where users afterwards became influencers, and then we all became creators, and now these creators are setting up a creator economy. And that's a new way of organizing creative work around different kind of organizations. You see at the right this picture of it, and I really invite you to watch his presentation because it goes a lot towards the fundamental change in how creators will work together and how the remuneration and the valuation of their work will be done. All of the funds do some kind of crypto investment. If it's staking, lending, borrowing, you see here that in terms of evolution over year, it has remained nearly the same. So you see that that's approximately 40% which is staking, 35% lending, and a little bit over 20% is borrowing. And that's an average across the different funds and investments. In terms of assets, well, there's the type of crypto assets are typically the same. The payment currencies, privacy coins, stablecoins, and all the others. So there's the 8 typical ones that we see. One last slide or things that I had noticed in one of the reports is that if you look at the 2022 investment sentiment, even though that the US has a larger stake in terms of investment funds, it's not that it's a disproportion in terms of investment sentiment. You see here, and it's probably one of the first times that we see a couple of countries at the nearly the same level, being US, Canada, Singapore, UK, and Germany. So also a lot of there's also a lot of interest from the very early beginning from the European continent on that. Now, should we do something with that? Knowing where we are, knowing that AI investment have doubled, and the recent announcement, I think yes. If you look at what on the European level is being done, I think there's 5 elements that are quite interesting. One is building a pan-European public services blockchain. Secondly is promoting legal certainty. Third one is increasing the funding for research and innovation. Fourth is supporting interoperability and standards. And 5 is skill building and community building. I'll go through them quickly. In terms of EPSI, because one of the previous speakers went into that for detail, so I'll leave it at that, but I think it's a crucial element, and I think it's also important that from Belgian perspective we get much more active in that. It's gonna be one of the footprints for the future. Second is promoting legal certainty. This week, I guess it was Monday or so, there was the vote against if there would be a de facto ban on some of the crypto elements or Bitcoin elements. Fortunately, the proof of work ban was it was still a only 32 against 24, but I think that's giving a bit more legal certainty, and there's a couple of papers and everybody can get quite involved in that. But I also know that it was also treated in one of the previous presentations. The third one is related to funding. What is available in terms of funding for research and innovation? And I think here an interesting element is the European Innovation Council, which I happen to know now a bit more since I'm on the board of it since a month or two. So European Innovation Council is a 10 billion program to identify, scale up and further develop breakthrough technologies and disruptive innovations in Europe. And it's specifically focused on certain stages for deep tech entrepreneurs. I think it's one of the most interesting programs that has been set up, also because at governance level a lot of people, entrepreneurs, innovators are appointed to the board from outside the EU policy normal ecosystem, I would say. It's quite unique since it combines research for accelerated startups, SMEs and others, and it combines both grants and investments. In terms of investment fund for direct investment, it is a budget of 3 billion, which is interesting or sizable or a good start. And also I think it enhances a lot part of the European innovation ecosystem. It's sometimes somewhat complex for an entrepreneur to understand, but EIC works together really closely with EIT in terms of incubation and others, and ERC, which is the research council. And so combining those three really gives a great view for the best entrepreneurs to get funded, especially in a stage where often private funds, it takes some more time. It allows the best ideas to accelerate faster. It's a 10 billion fund, but it has to be approved every year, and it was approved now, so the 1.6 billion was approved a month ago. A third or a fourth element is interoperability and standards. There's a lot being done there. I show here a couple of collaborations, and you can find more on that, but it's clear that regulations related to all aspects of crypto assets, Web3 and blockchain is crucial. There's a paper now out on doing it for NFTs. At this moment it's mainly oriented towards art and creative work, but it's clear that NFTs will be an underlying element for a lot more in terms of commerce and trading and all kind of assets. So that's really crucial work. And then a last element that I'd like to mention here is skill development and community building. Community building in a way to every local country or region has a bit its own dynamic and legislation, but of course on a geopolitical level it's crucial that Europe there builds its skills and builds its community. We've done so much work now on the one market approach, and I especially like a lot the fact that we're investing a lot in building skills. If we look at a lot of ventures and startups, there's been quite an evolution on a European level. 15 years ago we said we don't have enough entrepreneurs, and then we didn't have enough entrepreneurs that were able to scale or exit, and then it was not enough funding. I believe that one of the next steps might be the speed of funding. So to keep up with some of the other continents, it means doing a kind of funding design allowing for combining different sources of funding so that scaling can go quicker. But a crucial element will be creating skills for people. We are in a boosting economy. There's not enough people who have often the knowledge. And so being actively engaged in everything that is skill development is really crucial on that. So with that, I hope I was able to give you a short overview of what can be done on the European level, but also on the trends on how the funds are evolving and why it is such a promising market. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Bart. It was a really nice overview indeed. We will now have a small break in this room until 15 past 2. During that time, you can, of course, watch the stream from the other room. And then we will come back with Florian Ernotte to talk about the fiscality in Belgium, opportunities and challenges. See you then. Hi everyone and welcome back to this stream. We will now have Florian Ernot, who is a lawyer, with us, who is going to talk about the fiscality in Belgium, opportunities and challenges. Welcome, Florian.
Thank you. Hi everyone. So yes, I'm Florian Ernot, a lawyer in Liège Bar in Belgium. I'm also the co-founder of the website cryptomoney.be. And today I'm going to talk to you about fiscality in Belgium. Two topics in the short period. The taxation, when and how to declare your capital gains. We have to distinguish two situations: if you are buying crypto as a person, or if you are buying crypto if you are a company. Let's talk about the capital gains you are making if you are buying crypto in your personal name. In Belgium, we have three categories of income. You have the professional income, the miscellaneous income, and another situation, the normal asset management. So the professional income, it's like your main revenue. The definition is on the slide. It's an occupation become the occupation become professional if it's characterized by a series of operations which are sufficiently frequent and linked to each other to constitute a continuous and habitual occupation, which fall outside the normal management of private assets. And we will talk about this normal management of private assets later. So in crypto, professional income can be like daily trader who is making money every day, like trading crypto. So in my clients, there are really few people who are in this kind of category. So the taxation is quite high. You have to be taxed at the progressive scale, and you are subjected to the cotisation sociale. Social cotization as a freelance. Let's dive into the miscellaneous income. It's the speculation situation that you may be aware of. So there is hopefully no definition in the tax legislation in Belgium. So we have to try to find some how to say it in English? We have to read decision in to find some rules. Sorry, guys, someone was entering during the record. So yes, speculation. We can say that there is many risks while you are buying something. It can be goods, it can be crypto, it can be another asset. But the main point is the risk you are taking. So you have the possibility of making a significant profit or a significant loss. And that is the main characteristic regarding the speculation situation. If you are looking to do a short-term profit, you are definitely a speculator. And so you have to declare your capital gains as a miscellaneous income. Another stuff about the miscellaneous income is the case-by-case approach, because a speculator is not someone who is betting on on a specific amount of money. So you really have to do a case-by-case approach. Different criteria you can use is a percentage of your total assets or a percentage of your total revenue to try to understand where you are on the scale. If you are betting a lot of your total assets, then you're taking a lot of risk. If you are betting or investing a big percentage of your total revenue, you are taking bigger risk. So this is the criteria we can use to set up if you are a speculator or not. The type of asset can be also using, example, if you're using a derivative or option product, yeah, I mean it's obvious you are betting to the asset who is going up and down. So definitely a speculative investment, and so the capital gains you are making will be declared on the miscellaneous income. The miscellaneous income is taxed by 33% of the net capital gain, so you have to declare it, and we will see later how to do it. And the third category is the third situation is a tax-free situation. In Belgium, we have the chance, I can say, that if we are managing our asset normally, we don't have to pay taxes about this management and the capital gains we are making. Again, it's not defined by the law, and it's a case-by-case approach. We might be tempted to say that the speculative one is the opposite of the normal asset management or the bon père de famille, but it's not. You are not a good father of family if you are not speculate. It's not the opposite. It's different. So if you are not speculator, you are a good father, and so you are managing your assets normally. And this is an important point I want to make. It's you see on the slide normal asset management. So it's a management. So you have to take positive and active attitude about your investment. It's not let's sleep your money on your bank account, because this is not normal. You are doing nothing. So you have to be proactive, but not taking a lot of risk. So this is an important point. And as I said, it's a case-by-case approach. So it depends on each people. The situation are not defined by the law, and there is no cap or amount you have to spend or invest to be a normal asset manager or not. So it's case by case. And in this situation, I made questionnaires on the cryptomonnaie.be, which you can use to try to know where you are on the scale, if you are like a defensive profile or an aggressive profile. So you may try to answer this questionnaire. Is free, and you can know where you are regarding the question and the good answer you feel. When and how? This is a good question, because I said the three categories, okay, but when do you have to declare your capital gains? In Belgium right now, the only moment when you have to declare your capital gains is where you are realizing it. So only when you are converting crypto to fiat. So it's at this moment you are making your capital gains, and so you have to ask to yourself or to your specialist, tax specialist or accountant, you have to think about where I am in these three categories: professional income, speculative income, or normal asset management. And if you are in the two first categories, professional or miscellaneous, you have to declare on your tax declaration the net profit you made it, and that's why I mentioned it on the slide. Visit your accountant for professional income, because it's quite difficult to specify where you have to declare it, because you may have other revenue or expense that you have to fill in your tax declaration. Another point is, when I told the taxable event is when you are converting crypto to fiat. It can be also when you are buying services or goods with a credit card or with your crypto. So pay attention at this situation, because sometimes people thought that is a way to avoid tax, but in Belgium this is a taxable event, and so you have to check when you are realizing the profit, if this profit was made in a speculative way or a normal way or a professional way. For the company it's much easier, much easier, because all the capital gains you are making in company are professional. So you have to pay a flat tax, 20% of your taxable base if the taxable base is under 1,100 euro, and 25% if it's under above. Sorry. Interesting point also is there is a Commission Nationale Comptable who this is some people who gave advice to how to fill the accounting of the company, and they released an advice a few months ago, and they told us that for the crypto you have to declare it on the accounting of the company in the class 41, autres créances. I let you read this advice from the CNC. Quite interesting, maybe not sure about this classification, but it's there, so you have to comply about it. So this is the first part of the taxation. It's the income, tax income. Let's talk about VAT, value added tax. One thing it's important. It's in 2015, the European Court of Justice said that there is no VAT for swapping Bitcoin to fiat. And I reproduce the paragraph 32 in the slide because, as you can see, as you can read, the court said the Bitcoin virtual currency, being a contractual means of payment, cannot be regarded as a current account or a deposit account, a payment or a transfer. That's really, really important because in this decision, and there is no contradiction since then, they thought that Bitcoin is a virtual currency. So might be useful for a next step because in this decision, Bitcoin is not an asset, is a virtual currency. So legally is very important. Another point about VAT, and I've got a lot of questions about it, is the VAT on mining activities. So if you're mining Bitcoin, do you have to pay VAT on the Bitcoin you receive as a reward? And the answer is no, because you are not giving a direct service to a customer. So for mining Bitcoin, no VAT on the Bitcoin you are receiving for finding the good blocks. What about staking? Staking is a bit more complicated, but I think it's the same thing as Bitcoin because you are not giving a direct service to a customer because you are just only helping the network. And what about the proof of coverage? Because you know there is a lot of consensus mechanism, and proof of coverage is using by Helium, and it might be VAT subject. Because in this tokenomics of Helium, the project is rewarding the people who was putting une antenne, but I forget the word in English, and so some people who are using the network pay something. So you might be subject at VAT if you are using kind of Helium and proof of coverage mechanism, so pay attention about it. What about the normal activities? If you are paying your plumber of your lawyer in Bitcoin or in cryptocurrency, do you have to add VAT? And the answer is yes, because it's a means of payment, but the prestation, the activities, selling goods or giving services, activities was subjected to the VAT, so you have to add VAT on this prestation. Yes. So it's not because you are paying in crypto that you don't have to respect the VAT rules. And that's it for me for today. If you no, it's not. That's it. It's Yes, but if you need more info, I wrote an ebook about fiscality in the crypto assets, and my last slide is this one. What's next, and you have to pay attention about it. The VASP legislation. In 1st of May, there is a new legislation for the exchange crypto fiat and the custodial wallet who have to be registered at the FSMA, the regulator in Belgium, and the MiCA regulation will be maybe voted this year, so take a look. And that's it for me, thank you. And I think we may have some question, or?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We will now have a presentation online, so we just have to set it up really quick, and then we will come back to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Le son sort d'ici, c'est normal? J'ai le son ici. Can you talk really quickly? Just say something?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we've got the sound doesn't come from the right place. Wait, I'm gonna try.
But you can hear me, right?
Yes, but the stream won't really hear you. It should be alright. Can you just say something for this?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Hi, everyone.
Okay, so after these little technical problems, we're back. We're with Francesco Biviano from STOverse. I will let him introduce himself and do his presentation on STOs. Thank you very much.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Is it good?
Yes. Perfect.
Perfect. Thank you very much for having us here. Yeah, as the topic it is making crowdfunding accessible via STO mechanism, I will start and introduce myself along what I prepared for the presentation here. Okay. So you have all heard about crowdfunding, I imagine, and you also are aware of the different kinds of crowdfunding. You know, there is reward, donation, lending, equity-based crowdfunding. So crowdfunding is still quite new, even if it's been around for a while. Kickstarter was the first one in 2009, and it was the first mover into a reward-based system. From Kickstarter and reward-based, we kind of have evolved. New platform came into for offering donation, lending, and equity-based crowdfunding. So I've been an investor of Kickstarter. I have invested in several projects. But at some point, I was really feeling, I would like to invest into this project and also benefit if this project at the end of the day are successful. So I started shifting my focus toward equity crowdfunding because I found it much more aligned with what I wanted to, in which I wanted to invest. So for the past couple of years, I've invested in some companies, in some startups and companies on equities. And the point is that after a couple of years, this company has managed to raise several rounds. Their valuation was much higher, and as well as my investment, therefore, was worth much more. So at some point, I really needed to cash out. I really needed money. I needed new investments. So
I started to exiting from my investments, and by trying it, I found some problems. So the first one was that some equity crowdfunding platforms, don't actually have a secondary market. The second problem is that some of them, they might have it, but the volumes there and the people willing to trade are just not enough. So I really found myself stuck with this investment, and I was really trying to figure out how to exit. So I really started thinking, how could I improve this system? How could I make it more accessible? And how could I make investment in these companies and SMEs much more liquid? So my name is Francesco Viviano, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Stablecoin. I have a background in finance and data analysis, and I have a certificate, developer certificate of advanced studies in blockchain. So at Stablecoin, what we're really trying to do is solving, first of all, a personal pain point. And by exploiting what blockchain offers to us and how we can improve the current system. So that's why at Stablecoin, we have developed a blockchain-based fundraising platform for SMEs. We solve exactly two problems. The first one is for the SMEs, the restricted access to capital for SMEs. As you might be aware, like the banks are really reluctant when lending to innovative SMEs because it considers them just too risky. The second is VC, which don't always require hard terms whenever investing into these SMEs. So this is the first problem we have identified. The second problem is more on the investor side. It's more on the investor side and our discovery market research outlined that actually the issue for the investor are the lack of exit opportunity and the poor quality of deals on equity crowdfunding platform. So having said all this, so how does STO make crowdfunding more accessible? Well, this now we enter into the depth of our project and how STOs can be a great tool. So our platform hosts SMEs, and SMEs will come to our platform to raise funds via security token offering. As you all know probably, security tokens are nothing else than digitized security that are issued through a blockchain. So what are the key advantages of an STO? STO, simplify, it's easy and swift transferability, which basically the transfer of ownership can be done basically in minutes. Lower cost, we just have less intermediaries and therefore resulting in cheaper access to capital. The global investor reach, because these shares can be easily transferred globally 24/7 every day. And opening to a market access and new opportunity. Security tokens are ERC-20 tokens, and therefore they can directly and practically be used as well into the DeFi ecosystem. So what I want to go deeper now is the regulation part, because this is very interesting part about Switzerland, where we are based. Security tokens have been totally regulated under the Swiss law, which this is a huge step forward adoption of security tokens or asset tokens, as the regulator at FINMA call it. So what has really changed? Since last year, February 2021, the so-called registered uncertified securities came into force, which basically this bill says that the regulated institutions such banks and securities firms, security depository are not necessary anymore for the creation and transfer of security. Basically, which means that the transfer of securities can be done legally through a distributed ledger, and investors and people are entitled to all the rights. This is really important, and it's a big shift in the regulatory framework. So, and the legal framework applied to this token, it focuses on the economic function, substance over form, which basically means that if you are marketing your utility token as you're marketing your token as a utility token, but your token promises share in the future of a company, pays dividends, pays future capital flows. Actually, this is a security token, because for the Swiss regulation, substance it's more important over form. So this you will result into a problem, and you will be forced to actually market it as a security token, because this is not a utility token. So as said, but only security tokens are not enough to solve the second problem that I mentioned about, which is the illiquidity that we found on the crowdfunding platforms. This is why some of the security token crowdfunding platform actually failed, because they didn't solve this issue. All the security tokens don't solve this. So what we have done at Stovers, we have developed a bridge to the DeFi for security tokens. So what it basically means that once a project has raised the funds, we open up a pool in a decentralized exchange, which means and investors on Stovers will be able to bridge their security tokens to the pool to actually sell them. And we also are the first one who have developed the first liquidity mining program for security tokens. We have developed a bridge to make security tokens compliant from a technical point of view and a legal point of view with the DeFi ecosystem. What is really interesting about our platform is that not only people who are into our platform will be able to invest into these innovative SMEs, as well as also all the people who don't even know about Stovers, but are in the DeFi ecosystem. So security token, DeFi, and communities are definitely the next way that will shape crowdfunding. Security tokens really allow SMEs to reach investors worldwide, improve the issuance of debt or equity. They will be allowed to dilute less their capital. And decentralized exchange are actually they offer the infrastructure to support all these transactions. At Stovers, we are effectively bridging the real economy to the DeFi. These are the necessary improvements that needs to be done to actually bring the crowdfunding to the next phase and to the next level. We really need to spread knowledge about it, and other countries need to create a clear legal framework as the Swiss one to actually allow security tokens to be accepted worldwide. As you know, most of the countries still today don't have a clear regulation around security token, which is a huge problem, and it's a problem for worldwide adoption. Security tokens are a real revolution and will make crowdfunding more accessible. But this is one piece of the puzzle, as awareness and communities also play a big role in the success of the adoption of this new technology. So be ready for the biggest revolution in crowdfunding space, thanks to STO. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was really interesting. Now we will have another presentation, but our guest is not there yet, so I will be looking for him, and I will come back to you once I have found him. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, we are back. We will now have Koen Vingerhoets, who is going to talk about, what was it? Grass grows where the sun shines. Really mysterious. We will hear more from him.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just had to provide a title, so there you go. The title was there. I'm trying to make my own room a bit more comfortable here. Okay, great. So, to be fair, I've been using the tech blockchain for Belgium for about a few years now, right after AI4Blockchain started, as I thought that if there is a general program for AI, we could basically do the same for blockchain. And every time I saw something that could improve such a transition or such a strategy, I posted it on LinkedIn and referred to Blockchain for Belgium, and a few people picked it up, and that was great. But, well, it didn't brought me anywhere, and that's why I start here with a quote from Alice in Wonderland. If you don't know where to go, then any road is okay. So for me it was okay to do this, but I'm happy to see today that we might have a road in front of us. If you look at the blockchain space, we started at Bitcoin, and then quite soon we split up. We had the enterprise space with the banks doing things and supply chain using other technologies like Hyperledger, Corda, and then on the other side you have the digital assets, the crypto, all the stuff you see in the news quite regularly popping up. It's a fast moving scene. We have new protocols all the time, new coins being invented, new things like launch pads instead of the ICOs. Things move fast. Today we have Metaverse, Web 3.0. There is a lot, but it's not connected to this enterprise world. And it's like a big chasm, but well, it started when Bitcoin was there, and I think we're still quite in it. It's like two different worlds, and it had some effects. Like I was more interested, or I was more involved in the blockchain space on the enterprise side. I was working at KBC when I started to work with blockchain, and back in the days we started to bring together people in the enterprise space, and we even established our own little group with Beltuch, the Beltuch Blockchain Task Force. We had some research, and this is a screenshot from research done by Raf Ganseman back then at CGI and PXL from Hasselt, and they were doing research on how much projects do we have in the blockchain space in 2018. So it's already quite some time ago. And back then we had 68 projects, and oh boy, we were so happy because in the Netherlands they only had 66. So we outperformed the Netherlands and we rejoiced. It was a great thing, but if you look at the screenshot there, you see that, well, it's only the Flemish side of Belgium. We covered Brussels too, okay, and quite a lot seems to be there, but everything else is Flanders. That's a bit strange, and you had companies like Digipolis. It's not a company, it's fueled by the state. Digipolis Antwerp, and they had like 9 projects in there. In KBC we had like 4 or 5 projects. So most of these 68 projects were run by very few companies. And we also had our own meetups. We started with Blockchain Vlaanderen. It was quite amazing back in the days to see that they needed an ever-increasing room to fit in all the people. We had Hive in Brussels. These are the 2 I remember, and sorry if you were involved in anything else that I don't remember. But we had Corona, and things have changed too, to be fair. And looking at how the state of blockchain is today, I think it's fair to say that it's a whole new world. And to be honest, my world opened up there too. Over the past 8 months I've been doing a few more presentations, and people have been asking me, can you talk about crypto? Can you talk about NFTs? Can you talk about the Metaverse? Well, I used to talk about enterprise blockchain since 2016. Now all of a sudden there was this new scope, this new area of things that had to be addressed, touched upon, and well, it's all here. It's all alive in Belgium. We have a little bit of everything. We have companies that are active in crypto hardware like Engrave. We have companies active in CeFi, DeFi with Arcadia Finance before, but you also have Keyrock, which is a key player for the centralized exchanges. You have Carrion Labs, who do the same for decentralized exchanges. New meetups and ecosystems. You already had the DAO Brussels today. Christophe de Beukelaar referred to the Blockchain Brussels Conference or Brussels Blockchain Conference. What else we have? We have lawyers specialized in tax and legal. We have all these things that are there. There is funds that are coming in from Europe even, but also from Belgium, venture capital funds. It's going fast. It's being traded more often, and well, wherever I go now, people are interested in crypto way more than in enterprise blockchain. So I think it's just fair to acknowledge that I was perhaps a bit blind for how the world changed, but well, we can change that today as well, right? If we're going to change that today, it might be worth it to take a look at what happens in the countries around us, in our neighboring countries. And back in the days of Beltug again, Raf Ganseman did the first research, and I updated it with the things I found over the past week. And well, as you can see in the Netherlands, we have the Dutch Blockchain Coalition. It's public and private, so they also have public entities that collaborate in there. It's a combination of enterprise blockchain and crypto companies, and they have a roadmap. And the same goes for the Blockchain Bundesverband. It's also, even with political parties involved, public, private, they have crypto, they have enterprise, and they have a roadmap. The other side of the channel, the British Blockchain Association, exactly the same. Private, public, enterprise and crypto, and a roadmap. France is a bit different. They started with a strong push from the government, which was called France Strategy, and they had a special working group for blockchain, but that project has been closed, it's finished. But now they have two new associations. One is the Fédération Française de Professionnels de Blockchain, and the other one is ADAN. It's more focused on developers. They're quite new, and they're focused at the moment mostly on private players in the market. As far as I could see, they don't have a roadmap perhaps yet. ADAN was founded 1 year ago. You can't expect everything in 1 year. And then going to Spain, Alastria, formerly known as Red Lira. It's a bit the same story. They're private, public. They have enterprise. They have public. They have enterprise and crypto companies. And they not only have a roadmap, they have a technical roadmap, and they have a blockchain network that works, that is in place with people running nodes with, I think they have, if I remember well, about 400 companies connected to the network, and they're running over 100 nodes on their identity solution. I think that's quite impressive. And if you look at the map, you also see there is one thing missing in the middle. That is our own little country, Belgium. It's a bit of pity, and it makes me also wonder what is wrong. Huh? Is there nothing happening? We see completely the opposite today. We have seen people addressing their own projects, talking about how they solve things. So it's not like there is a tumbleweed sound and nothing is going on. Perhaps we're just not looking outside. We're running around our church and thinking everything is okay. Perhaps that's the case too, but to be honest, over the past few years, I also had a lot of questions from people active in the blockchain space. So I think that there is more than one thing we can address. Huh? It's usually the same things, awareness. We need people to be active in blockchain. They have to know how to code or the other things, and we need to have a workforce. We need to connect each other, and in the end, we need an ecosystem. And to me, it feels like that's all great, but there is way more to tackle. The real problems, perhaps, the things that will make us go forth or stand still where we are today. And to me, it feels a bit like those two dogs pulling on the same rope. We have exactly the same issues, which is the rope, but we're looking at it from a different perspective. Everybody, crypto and enterprise blockchain, they're both in need to look on the audit of smart contracts. If you look at the projects that KBC's, for example, running with our KBC coin, there are smart contracts underneath. We also want to be sure that they are properly done. If EPSI comes to launch, how will we use this shared infrastructure? What if a node goes down? What if somebody makes a node go down and it impacts your project? How will we do that? What's the impact of DAOs? Do we need DAOs? If we embed them on a legal level, how will it look like? Do we need a regulatory sandbox? Do we need new regulation at all, perhaps? How is it going with compliance, with AML, KYC, all these things? I think these are the real problems, and they're both in place for the crypto space and the enterprise space, although we tend to look at it from a different perspective. And again, I have to admit, I had to bite my tongue a few times today, because I heard things that really don't collide with how I think things work. But then again, that's perhaps the attitude we need to leave behind us and take it a step further and look at how we can truly collaborate beyond those differences. Just acknowledge that some things perhaps are not even worthy a discussion, like the carbon footprint of Bitcoin. We will probably disagree anyway, but if we want to reduce a carbon footprint overall, how can we make that happen? That would be a more valuable discussion, in my opinion, than just trying to determine the gender of the angels. So that brings us to conclusion already. What will the future bring? I don't know. We can choose between the two pills here. We have the blue pill, and we keep fighting each other until the end of time and have discussion about everything, whether or not you can do an ICO in Belgium, whether or not the banks are going to block you. It's not the bank, it's regulation, and the banks just apply it. But we can keep discussing those things or start to look for solutions. And that's typically the Belgian way. We have a problem, let's now try to fix it, and let's land somewhere in the middle. And I hope that will all be encompassed in this little red pill that we then could call blockchain for Belgium. I really do hope we can collaborate across the industry, from the DeFi space with the launchpads up to the stable coins from the Belgian banks. Belfius also has a stable coin. There is so much in between. Most people know each other more or less, but we don't talk with each other enough to really bring it forward. And I really do hope, it makes me completely excited and very happy that today we can launch this Blockchain for Belgium initiative. I do hope it will bring us a bright future in Belgium with blockchain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Koen. It was a really nice overview of the crypto initiatives in Belgium and in the countries around us. And it made for a really good conclusion for this room, because sadly, it's already done here for today. The event is done in this room, but there's still other stuff happening in the other room. We will have all the key actors talking about blockchain for Belgium and what they think about it. So I will be pleased to see you again for another event, and thank you very much for coming.